right, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. All right, it looks like our audio is good. All right, one more thing on camera, and then we'll get started. All right, I think we're okay to start. All right, it's actually just starting to rain here, so let's get this intro done. That way, if I need to put any of the sensitive equipment inside, I can. But welcome everybody, my name is Andrew and this is Rocket Future, just checking my audio and video. Everything is looking good. I am here on the south end of South Padre Island down here at Isla Blanca Park with live views of SpaceX's Starbase facility about 5 miles away across the channel here. SpaceX has the road cleared. The county sheriffs have cleared the road. Pad is cleared. And we're not exactly sure what the testing will be for today. I don't know how much we will or will not see from here at Isla Blanca Park today. But I think best case scenario, potentially a spin prime test, which we could see here. And we have pretty good viewing conditions here too. But I don't expect anything as much as a static fire. But you never know. You never know. So generally speaking, I wait a little bit longer until we see some activity at the tank farm and stuff before we start getting these streams started. But it's been a while since we've done one of these testing streams, so I figured why not get set up early and we can chat a bit. But welcome in everybody. If it continues raining at this level, I think we're fine, but if it starts raining any harder, then I'll probably at least put this camera in. I'll probably leave this other camera that has the live view on the left-hand side out. I have a bag covering and it should be all right. But yeah, welcome in. Let's go full screen on Starbase, see if we see any activity happening. Oh, and my headline is definitely wrong. I'll have to fix my headline. I will keep the lower third minimized for now until I can fix that. But yeah, good morning, RPAD. Good morning, David. Good morning, T. Evans NC. Good morning, Salt, Aniko, Jimatek, T. Evans, and Zoltan. Welcome, everybody. So first things first, let me kind of straighten out this shot a little bit, and then I'll update our headline, and I'll get our lower third updated. So yeah, let's do that. The one thing I am worried about in this rain right now is this keyboard. I'll try to keep it somewhat dry. Unfortunately, if this keyboard goes offline, then we can't really make any adjustments. Okay, so I am going to straighten out the camera here. I don't expect it to rain for very long. I wouldn't be surprised if it starts raining hard for a few moments, but I don't think it's going to last very long. So looking at the base of Ship 26, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think I see some cloud, some kind of vapors going on there. If anybody is checking out the NASA spaceflight or Lab Padre streams, let me know if there's any tank farm activity happening at the suborbital tank farm. Pretty good sights here today. The cloud cover is keeping the heat distortion to a minimal, which is good. Alright, I'm going to keep this keyboard inside. And then let me check on how these cameras are doing in the rain. Small amount of grass venting is all, says T. Evans, or Thomas. Thank you. Appreciate that update. But that's good news. That sounds like they're starting to get things rolling. Okay, let me check to make sure the bag is covering my primary camera well enough, and then I'll update my lower third here. Oops, I have 27. That should say 26. Typo. Okay, I think we're good now. We have our lower third corrected. I haven't looked at our scroller, but hopefully our scroller is updated. S26 test, Andrew. Yeah, thanks. I caught that as well. That was just a fat finger. So yeah, taking a look at the screen here, we have S26 front and center. A little bit of grass venting going on. We can just see the tops of some of the suborbital tank farms, those black tanks sticking up from the ground, both right next to S26 and a little further to the right, just barely sticking up over that hill. Starhopper is making an appearance to the left as well. We see Starhopper there. So we're going to keep a close eye on the suborbital tank farm here and see if it starts to ramp up in activity. And we will also continue watching S26 to see if we see any frost lines growing on the base or halfway up the ship. And that would indicate that they're starting to fuel the vehicle, either with propellant or fuel or even potentially liquid nitrogen for whatever the test is for today. Like I said, if you're just joining us here, I think maybe a cryo is possible, but I think a spin prime is more likely. And we'll talk in a little bit about what a spin prime test is. Not the most flashy test, but definitely a very important test. And spin primes are exciting in the fact that they are usually the prereq for a static fire. So hypothetically, if we were to see a spin prime test today, that would be great news, because that means that a static fire from Starship S26 shouldn't be that much further behind. Again, I don't necessarily expect a static fire today. I wouldn't 100% rule it out, but I would 95% rule it out. The fact that they got the crane still up at the launch site and stuff. But we'll talk a little bit more about what's been happening at Starbase here in a few. Just want to give some people time to join and time for myself to kind of get settled in here. And then we'll talk a little bit about some other stuff that's coming to the channel soon while we hang out and wait. But in the meantime, if anybody has any questions about SpaceX, about Starbase, Starship, or anything space-related in general, NASA, any rockets, just go ahead and feel free to ask those in the chat, and I will do my best to answer those for you. Big shout-out to all of our members here at the channel, T. Evans NC, I see you're here, and anybody else, any of our other members that are hanging out in the background, thank you so much for supporting our channel here at Rocket Future. Rain is picking up just slightly, but it's still just a minor drizzle. There's the second camera that I have for commentary. You know what, let me jump back in front of commentary camera here for a second. It's actually, I might have already stopped working. I was going to say I'm not too worried about that one, but it's a very, very cheap old camera, so if something were to happen to it, not a huge deal. Thank you so much, T. Evans, for the gifted membership. Looks like Salt received that membership. Welcome as a member of Salt. And T. Evans, Thomas, we appreciate your support very much. All right. So yeah, welcome in everybody. Now that everybody has had a moment to settle in, I will give another quick introduction. My name is Andrew, and welcome to Rocket Future. Again, I'm not going to go through the whole spiel again, but we have live views of Starbase. This is where SpaceX is building and testing the next generation launch vehicle known as Starship. It is the world's largest and most powerful rocket to date. It had its first ever launch in April of this year, on April 20th. And that was a very interesting launch. It was successful in many ways and a learning moment in many ways for Starbase or SpaceX. The camera I'm looking at now, I'm just checking on, just like I have a plastic bag over it just to make sure it doesn't get too wet. But like what I was trying to say is this camera here is very, very old. It's kind of on its last legs. It's just kind of like a webcam type thing. And it's not very expensive either. So I was gonna say maybe I should put it inside, but if something were to happen to it today, that would be unfortunate. But at the same time, it wouldn't be the end of the world. So I'll keep it out. That way, I'm able to keep the commentary going. And then the primary camera that you see on the left-hand side of your screen, that is well covered by a plastic bag. Let me just make sure the back corner here is covered too. I think that's pretty good and pretty safe. That one is an expensive one. That would be a shame. Generally speaking, rain is never a problem for us down here. Most of the year, it seems very dry here, and we don't get a lot of rain. However, there are a few moments of the season where we do get a little bit more frequent rain than other parts of the year, and we're in one of those moments now. We just had a cold front come through a few days ago and gave us some rain, and another one's coming in. So just in these change of season transition periods, we do get a little bit more rain. I don't know if I've ever had to deal with rain during a stream. Maybe once, maybe twice, but I don't even remember. But generally speaking, we do have a waterproof PTZ camera that's mounted onto the back of the Jeep. That would be the backup for when we do have rain. So hypothetically, if it started downpouring, I would definitely bring the more expensive camera inside the Jeep and start using the PTZ camera. However, I did realize when we set up today that our new PC isn't set up for the PTZ camera yet, which was a gap that I did not cover yet. So I definitely have to figure that out for upcoming streams, because it's always good to have that camera as a backup. Yeah, we have a little bit of a gap there right now. Checking in with chat. Detroit Mission Control is in the house. Welcome, Detroit. Good to see you. Richard is here. Welcome, Richard. Thanks for the stream from Hungary. No worries. It's my pleasure. And welcome from Hungary. Thanks for tuning in. Or welcome from Texas to Hungary. Let's go back full screen here. Again, we're keeping an eye out on the tank farm. We see some grass venting at the base of what looks like the base of 26, though that venting isn't actually coming from 26 to the best of my knowledge right now. But we're going to look for an increase in activity from the tank farm and hopefully eventually see some frost start to build up on Starship S26. How is everything looking? Is it a little dark or is it okay? I think it looks all right. Aiden C is here. Welcome, Aiden C. But while we're waiting, I'd like to tell you all about some exciting stuff coming up here to the channel. Aiden C says it's good. Let me fix. I'm gonna actually adjust some camera stuff here. Give me a few minutes, folks. Definitely still angled. That looks better. Now let me go full screen and have to adjust that as well. That doesn't look too far off. All right, that looks a little better now that when I'm in the split here, the left camera isn't completely angled out. I can move that one over a bit though. Hold on. That's better. Space Girl Falcon is here. Welcome and thank you for being a member, Space Girl Falcon. Thanks for the stream. It's no problem. It's my pleasure. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about what's upcoming to Starbase while we wait to see what is happening here with Ship 26. So yeah, rather what is happening with Rocket Future upcoming. So today, obviously, we're out here trying to capture whatever test is happening with S26. If S26 does a spin prime today, that could mean we're in for a static fire stream in coming days. So keep an eye out for that. Saturday is going to be a huge day for Rocket Futures. Saturday is the annular solar eclipse stream. So I am working on the details of that stream. I've checked the 1 week forecast, and so far next Saturday looks like it's going to be nice and clear, which should provide really good coverage for, or really good conditions for the annular solar eclipse. So again, that's this upcoming Saturday, probably starting at around 9:30 or 10 a.m. Central Time. We're going to have live views of the annular eclipse. So you're going to be able to watch the whole eclipse from right here on Rocket Future. I will be on commentary as well, and hopefully also talking to some people around me and getting their opinions on what is happening with the eclipse and if they're excited about that. We will not be down here. I kind of had a struggle, a mental struggle about deciding where to be, because I thought it'd be really cool to do the stream from Starbase. There might be some interesting angles and stuff, but the reality is it's only going to be about a 90% eclipse down here, and 90% is actually awesome. That is a really good eclipse opportunity. If you are down here, you're going to have a great viewing of the eclipse. However, you're not going to be in the path of the full annular eclipse. It's not a total eclipse, but you're not going to be in the path of the annular eclipse. So basically, the moon will kind of look like a crescent from here. But when I drive a little bit further north, we'll get to the point during the point of max eclipse where the moon is in the center of the sun from our angle, and there'll be a slim ring of sun around the moon. So I want to be able to get that shot from here. So I'm going to drive up a little bit north to get that to get those shots and give you the full experience. So hopefully some other people will get some footage from down here at Starbase, but I am going to be a little bit further north. So keep an eye on for upcoming Ship 26 streams, the Eclipse stream on Saturday. I am hoping that I can get the first episode of a new series out before the 18th, so keep an eye out for that. Still working on a title for that, but I think it might be called Countdown Communities. Let me know if you think that's corny or if that's a good name, but that is going to be a series that talks about kind of the area surrounding a launch site. So the first episode will be about Starbase, and it's going to be just briefly talk about not how unique Starbase is as a launch site in general, but how unique it is being in the specific location it is, and talk about a little bit about South Padre Island, Brownsville, get some thoughts from some locals about Starbase, and really just talk about the area around Starbase. The second episode hopefully would be coming in November, and that is going to be super exciting. I'm really, really pumped up for the second episode of that series. I don't want to give too much away, but it's going to be really cool. So let me know what you think about that name, Countdown Communities, talking about the communities surrounding these launch sites. If you have any guesses of where the second episode might be from, please feel free to drop those in the chat. I'm not going to confirm or deny any of them, but let me know if you have any guesses where the second episode will be from. So Ship 26 coverage coming up, Eclipse coverage coming up on Saturday, new series hopefully dropping before the 18th. Called Countdown Communities, and who knows what else between now and then. If you've been following the channel for a bit, I've been talking a little bit about this new secret feature that's coming too. We're still working on that, and I want to try to have that, if possible, I want to try to debut that before the 18th as well, but I just don't know. We'll have to see. But that's coming along well. That's coming along good. Tell SpaceX to hurry up and test already. I've got stuff to do, says Will. I feel like it's going to be a bit. I feel like we're going to be out here for a little while. I think I'm hearing some loud venting coming from Starbase right now. Potentially. I might be hearing some loud venting from Starbase. Welcome, Denny's. Welcome. Good to see you. Thomas says definitely venting. Cool. Looks like some lower cloud cover might be going over Starbase a little bit, so we might get a little bit less of a visual quality here, but we'll see how long that lasts. Looking at the forecast, I think it's supposed to clear up a little bit in the next couple hours. Let me check that out right now again. Yeah, 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. show chances of rain. So we have a chance of rain over the next hour and a half. And then around 1 Central, it looks like there's less chance of rain. So we'll have to wait and see. I think potentially over the next hour, we'll have some chance, and then I think it'll lighten up. Starship says, what test is this? We don't quite know yet. It definitely looks like something on the suborbital tank suborbital side. And of course, right now we know at the suborbital side is Starship S26. So I would expect potentially a possible spin prime of Ship 26. So that's what we're kind of hoping for. And again, if we do see a spin prime today, then we could be in for a static fire sometime in the next few days. I will answer you here in a second about what a spin prime is. I was just taking a bite of a sandwich. Okay, so what is a spin prime test? So, as we know, there are two fuels, or two components to the fuel for Starship. It is methane and liquid oxygen. During something like a static fire, we of course see full combustion. So in those events, they are using methane and liquid oxygen, igniting those engines for a short period of time. During a spin prime is kind of a prereq before you get to the static fire tests. So instead of loading both liquid oxygen and methane through their respective sides of the engines. They basically just spool up the oxygen side of the engines through the oxygen turbopumps, I believe, and it basically just dumps a ton of liquid oxygen out the base of the vehicle. This is, like I said, a prereq to static fire. So there's no ignition expected. This is actually the type of test that Booster 7 was doing last year when it had the unexpected ignition. But since then, I believe SpaceX has figured out what happened and what caused that unexpected ignition during a spin prime test, and has probably mitigated that to the best of their ability based on what they understand right now. So again, they basically just spool up the liquid oxygen side of the engines as a test that is a prerequisite for static fire. Then they'll look at the data from those spin prime tests and make sure the engines are all looking healthy before they attempt their next static fire, which would be potentially in coming days if everything looks good. I should make sure I have Windows updates paused. I see that I have an update pending. Okay, I've paused Windows updates. So I'm taking a close look at Starship S26 right now, and I'm not seeing any indication of any frost lines building on the vehicle yet. So no indication that they've started loading liquid oxygen. I say that, and I almost think I might see a small line, but it's hard to tell with the current conditions. I think there probably is not a line, but there's a small chance there might be. Detroit Mission Control says, I love Hoppy. I do as well. I'm glad Hoppy is in this frame here on the left-hand side. Taking a look over Starbase to make sure everything is going appropriately. Rain has slowed down so far, but like I said, I expect it to be off and on over the next hour or so. Alright, I gotta post to Twitter, or X, because I was supposed to be going live on all platforms today, but we have a technical difficulty which is not allowing us to go on our multi-stream, so we're just on YouTube today. So I gotta go post about that real quick. Aiden C says, no line yet. Got it. Hey. Good morning, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
Good, good.
You started streaming already?
Yeah. So we'll see.
So
is probably a spin prime.
Yeah?
Yeah.
126?
Yeah. So tank farm seems to be spooled up a little bit. So I would expect it to kind of get more active and then probably start seeing a frost line start to build up. So yeah. So first time in Isablanca?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
It's I really like it because generally there's a lot of people around and a lot of curious people around, and a lot of times people come over and ask what's happening and stuff. So
Yeah.
it kind of, I'm doing the live stream, but also
Engaging with
engaging with people
people.
here. So
Fantastic.
best of both worlds.
Yeah. It's so cool to see it from a different perspective.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
It's like, see it from the road, or you see it from outside.
Yep. Yeah, this is a great spot. Sometimes there's a cloud layer that happens between here and there,
Oh, no.
and that is not good.
I bet, yeah.
But generally speaking, it's decent.
Yeah. Is water worse or better than land when it comes to, like, filling over it?
I don't know. It's a good question. Like for sound and stuff?
Yeah, for sound and for vision.
And for vision?
Yeah.
That's a great question. I would almost think it would be better. I'm, just kind of thinking that a lot of times water, will be behind on the temperature shifts.
Right.
So maybe, it won't get as much heat distortion, but maybe the difference between the temperatures will cause more. I don't know. That's a good question. That's a really good question.
Oh, goodness. Well, thanks so much for letting me to be here and kind of...
No problem.
So just, treat me as another viewer kind
Sounds
of
good.
thing,
Yep.
I may want to ask you some questions in the meantime, if that's all right. Like if you're not, talking on the camera or whatever.
No problem at all.
Is that all right?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Very casual thing.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
all good.
absolutely.
You just missed some of the drizzle. I'm sure you maybe hit it on the drive.
Yeah, I did, but I'm used to it.
Yeah.
I've lived in...
I think it could be off and on over the next hour or so, but
Oh, okay.
we'll see. I also have like a chair and stuff if you need one.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Cool. Yep. Thank you so much, Denny's, for the super chat. We appreciate you very much. And like always, all your donations go right back into the channel. So you're helping make this a bigger and better channel. So thank you so much for that. Attila, welcome from Budapest. Welcome. Adrian is here. Welcome as well. Good to see everybody from Space Junkie here. Somebody put !junkie in chat to learn about the Space Junkie community. I think this is like the first and second time I've ever had to put bags on cameras. Like I never have to deal with rain.
I was passing through the checkpoint, and the Border Patrol agent, he was like, "Oh, are you enjoying the weather?" I'm like, "Yes, indeed."
It's a good change of pace, actually. It's great.
It is. I've just come back from Arizona.
Oh, yeah. Damn. I'm ready for the winter, or whatever winter we have here.
So how do you decide like what to stream and what not to stream? How is that?
It's there's a lot it's a hard question, but generally speaking, anytime that there's something as significant as like a static fire,
Right.
like I'll do whatever I can to get to those. Cryo tests and spin primes. Spin primes I try to do. Cryo tests I don't really go that much out of my way to try to get the cryo test.
Okay.
And it basically just has to do with what else is happening that day because I have the other full-time job and everything.
Right.
So today is great because I have the day off for Indigenous People Day. So today is not a problem. And it's been so long since we've had a testing stream that regardless, even if today was just a cryo test, I probably would have come out because it's been so long that I haven't done anything. So.
I see.
So yeah, it just depends what else is going on with work and just life in general. A lot of times it's just so much going on that I'm like I can't do a cryo test. So, but yeah, static fires always as much as possible. I I always try to do the so it's been kind of not a challenge, but to try to figure out what I should focus on getting, not overdoing it, not underdoing it. And what I've kind of figured out is a good balance is only focusing on the vehicles that are expected to launch next. So if the booster 9 or ship 25 gets rolled in or rolled out, I'll try to get to those. But if 27 or something, then I won't necessarily go down for those rollouts stuff. So that's kind of a balance that I've found that works pretty well. Of course, S26 isn't expected to launch next, but when they're doing active testing like this, that I'll try to get whatever I can. So yeah, and yeah, but it's always evolving what I'm trying to get, what I'm trying to not get.
And also because you're known like 24/7, like other people,
Right.
in terms of like how do you balance that in terms of
It's interesting. A lot of times when it's really busy here, I kind of neglect the full-time job a little bit. But
are you self-employed? Is that, can I ask that?
no, I'm employed by another company, but I'm just like really lucky because I have a lot of flexibility there.
Oh.
But in like the last couple months, for example, Starbase has been slow, so I've been able to spend like a ton of time on that and maybe neglecting this a little bit. So it's a balance. But there's been plenty of times where I've been here, have a stream up, and I'm also on like a meeting or something with my headset. So yeah, so I'm lucky, and that's obviously always like something that's in the back of my mind is like if that job ever goes away for whatever reason, then that'll be a moment that I have to make big decisions. So I'm just kind of riding that as long as I can. Yep. But it's good. It's good. Let's see, checking in here. Welcome BC Saba, welcome Space Junkie, and welcome Bolint. Space Junkie says, "Hey Andrew, hey everyone, just got here. Nice to see you live once again. Best of luck for today. Finally back to testing. Thank you for being here, Space Junkie. Appreciate you very much, and appreciate your community very much. I'm glad to be out here as well. And yeah, it's been a while since we've had a testing stream, so it's good to be down here. In a few minutes, let's see, it's 10:52 Central right now, right? I got my clock correct. At 11 Central, so in about 8 minutes, I'll jump back on the commentary camera and just do another quick update and introduction for anybody that might have just joined. But in the meantime, we still got these live views of Starship 26, and the tank farm continues to be venting, but not much more beyond that. So stay tuned.
Does it get really busy in here for like, I guess for certifiers?
Yeah. Yep. So, I feel like most of the static fires I've done down here, it's been like during like the really busy like winter testing season. So like this place fills up a lot with people staying here for a month or 2 months, 3 months, whatever. And then this parking lot will be completely full of people coming here to look at these static fires. I was here for launch as well. That was nuts.
Oh yeah, I saw some videos from that.
Yep. Yep. That was crazy. That was stressful. Getting here was stressful. The stream itself was fun, but but yeah, it gets busy. It's I think it's like just before like a lot of the winter texans arrive, and the fact that it's dreary. Otherwise, I would expect kind of probably double the amount of people that are here right now. And then yeah, like towards the end of next month, that's when a lot of them start coming.
I guess it's great weather for fishing.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always people fishing down here. And in the summer, I love this area for the beaches. So on your way out, drive up that way, and they just keep this since since it's a paid park, like they keep the beach very clean and they groom it and everything, so it's really nice. I generally will come down here once or twice a week and just walk up and down like the boardwalk for a while, but it definitely gets a little bit less beachy this time of the year. So. Yep. Yeah, some big ships come through here. We always make the joke that at some point a ship will be passing by when some big test is happening, because it definitely gets blocked occasionally. It's definitely pros and cons of this spot, but I like it.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Pretty good. Are we going live today?
Yeah, live now for some testing over there. Nothing, probably nothing too exciting that you'll be able to see from here, if everything goes according to plan. But potentially an important test either way. But we'll see if it's kind of been stagnant for the last 45 minutes, so hopefully they'll keep pushing forward. Mm-hmm.
They also took the test station down
Right.
this morning,
Right.
didn't they?
Yeah. I'm gonna bring that up on the stream in a few minutes. Just talking about it because I haven't mentioned that yet. So really interesting. I wonder, they took it off that first time and then they restacked everything, and speculation about them destacking for the storm. But now I'm thinking maybe I kind of agree with the speculation that maybe they just restacked for the photo shoot with the Cybertruck. So we'll see.
Yeah, there was somebody that said they've got to take it off to reset the release.
Oh.
Who knows?
The restack. I'm sitting there going, that doesn't sound like somebody had their.
Right. We'll see. Could be anything. Could be anything. I'm gonna be away for a few days starting the 18th, so I'm hoping that I don't think at this point I'll be at risk of missing anything, but you never know. It could be everything could happen like this if everything comes through. So
We're still waiting on Fish and
wildlife,
Game
yeah.
people to.
Yep. Submit their paperwork, and hopefully the results of that paperwork will say that they don't need additional review. So we'll see.
I want to go check this out.
Absolutely. Yeah, come on over anytime.
You're on YouTube or you're on?
Yeah, YouTube called Rocket Future.
I'm sorry.
Rocket Future.
Rocket Future.
Yep.
I've seen you on there a couple of times, but
Yeah.
depends on whether I got
Definitely check him out.
internet or not.
He's very good.
I'll tell you, the cloud cover is good for the visibility though, as long as there's no actual low clouds. It helps with the distortion. It's good.
Makes it. It's got a little bit of cloud background there. It actually brings out.
Yep.
The
Absolutely.
objects.
It's true. All right, so let's. All right, camera is live. For anybody just joining, welcome. Again, my name is Andrew, and this is Rocket Future. We're still live here at Isla Blanca Park with live views of SpaceX's Starbase just about 5 miles away. Waiting to see the next indication that SpaceX is continuing forward with whatever today's test is going to be. Again, I think the best guess for us right now is a spin prime. So just waiting to see some additional tank farm activity and eventually some frost lines building on ship 26. But in the meantime, we can talk a little bit about what we've seen here at Starbase recently. One thing of note is the Starship was destacked off of Booster 9 again recently, and I think just this morning the hot stage ring was removed. So we saw the same thing happen a few weeks ago, or at this point it might have been over a month ago. I kind of forget the dates, but then we saw them restack. So we thought that maybe that they were just, destacked temporarily, took the hot stage ring off to look at something on the top of the booster or to fix something, restack everything, and golden. But then we saw the destack happen right before that cold front came through. So my guess was that they were just taking it down for safety because there was going to be some high winds and a potential for some severe storms. But I think the fact that they removed the hot stage ring kind of doesn't align with that guess very much. So I saw some speculation of some people out there guessing that they may have only restacked only for the Cybertruck shoot that they did there. Whether that's true or not, I'm not entirely sure, but I think I think that could be a possibility. So why did they have to remove the hot stage ring again? We just don't know. We're going to have to keep an eye out on what they do over there to try to come up with the best guess. Maybe we'll see them looking at it. Maybe we'll see them tweaking something. And maybe they just want to keep it destacked until we're closer to a launch opportunity for whatever reason. But we'll just have to wait and see. So I think we're probably going to see Starship in this configuration destacked. My guess is for a while until we're closer to a launch, but you never know. They might decide just to restack everything again and wait in that configuration. So no real news about Fish and Wildlife or FAA. We're still just kind of holding, waiting for that. They have a while before their deadline. But there's no saying that they're going to take the entire time that they have allowed to them. We could really hear it any time. Good news is government shutdown won't affect timeline with Fish and Wildlife. So that's one bonus of the government not getting shut down. So we're just going to have to wait and see. But I just want to thank everybody again for coming in today and hanging with us while we wait to see what's happening. Huge shout out again to all of our members, and thank you for the gifted sub, Tia Evans and NC, and also for the super chat, Denny's. Appreciate y'all. And we'll keep you updated as we see what's going on here. Pretty quiet day here at Isla Blanca Park. Maybe in a little bit I'll show you some other shots from the area, but we got a dozen people fishing, and it's otherwise just a little bit on the quiet side here. So I'll keep you all updated. Any questions, please feel free to drop those in the chat. Let me know if you see anything exciting happening that I miss. So far, no frost line at Ship 26. Yeah, definitely. I think I'm probably going up to either Corpus or yeah, it'll be really cool from here. I think it's gonna be like 90% eclipse here. But what you won't have here is the full ring. So. But it'll still be really cool. So. I kind of battled with obviously it would have been really cool to do a Starbase stream, but at the same time, if I'm gonna, other people I'm sure are gonna do stuff down here. I'll get the full ring up there. I think Chief is going up to San Antonio for it as well, but yeah. Not really. No. If I go down there, most stressful part is honestly not even being here and doing the streaming. It's the like anticipation and the planning and everything. It's like, will I need to stream today? Will I need to stream tomorrow? And will I be able to fit it in? All this stuff. Here, actually streaming most of the time is pretty easy, but when, like I said, when it gets really busy here, I'll have in the course of 2 hours, I'll probably have 30, 40, 50 people come over and ask questions. So that's actually awesome because like the chat will also hear the questions and it becomes like this weird thing that I don't know. It's great, but like at the end of that, like my blood pressure's high and it's like a stressful reaction for sure, just because it's just so much of everything.
Yeah. So what happens after you come back home from that?
I generally need like solid 24 hours of just chilling. If you know, I go through times of drinking and not drinking, and if it's a time that I'm drinking, I'll have a beer. I'll stop at the Hopper House on the way back and have a beer and just relax and watch some dumb streams. That's generally the way I decompress. It's just like watching pointless content just online. That's kind of the best way to do it. I'm definitely like I think an introvert in the way that I need like recharge time after social stuff. So even streams, but yeah, it seems like as it goes along, I know more names and stuff in the community, so it's maybe less of that, which is good. I feel a little bit more comfortable with it, which is nice. I'd like to see more unknown names, but that'll come with time, hopefully. It looked like I had a pretty strong growth in the channel, like right before launch, and then after launch, yeah.
You did something different.
Yeah.
Right? You do live comment. I mean,
Yep.
Jessica does that to an extent.
Right.
But you do the whole thing.
Yeah. It's a little bit different than what she does, in a lot of ways, in tone and content. Just I think it's different, and a different format as well. And I would bring people on and interview them and stuff. So before and after launch, which was cool to get the before and after interview from people. And, yeah, I don't know. I really liked how the launch day stream came out. I was happy with it.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I saw a photo on Twitter. I think Hopper House tweeted or X'd it or whatever.
Yeah.
I still say Twitter. I'm gonna be old school like that.
Yep.
Where I think it might have been yesterday or 2 days ago, we were there
Yesterday.
having a conversation or a discussion. You were inviting people.
Yeah.
Yeah, how'd it go?
It was fine. I didn't get as many people as I wanted, but that's so. It was less of a discussion and more just I wanted to hear their viewpoints and capture their viewpoints, and that's for a new series that I'm doing. I don't know what the title is yet, but I think I'm gonna call it Countdown Community. So yeah.
Interesting.
So this month. So the reason why I came up with the idea. Hold on. I want to make sure that. Welcome, Miss Ad Astra. Good to see you. I hope you and Mr. Ad Astra are doing well. Is it raining there? It was raining here for a little bit. It has stopped at this point. I would not be surprised if over the next hour or so it would kick back up a little bit. But I'm seeing that while I was just talking, we had a little bit of a Starlink drop. But in case you missed it, rain has just ended. Might get some more, and we'll have to see. Taking a look at S26, still no sign of a frost line. As y'all know, these testing streams are a test of patience as well. So we're just chilling out here. And generally speaking, they start the main portion of the test when everybody is about to give up. So just hang in there. Could still be a while. I think they have, I actually don't know what time they have their opening till. It's probably 8 p.m., but I'll have to double check that. Generally speaking, they do everything before 2 p.m. though. So, you know, I would expect to see our test here in the next hour or two at most, but we'll have to wait. We'll have to see. Checking in on chat. I don't see any questions, but thanks for joining us. If you got any questions, feel free to drop those in. And it doesn't matter if it's not SpaceX or Starbase related, anything space at all. I'm happy to discuss. In a little bit, I'll jump back in front of the commentary camera and we'll talk about some other Starbase updates. And yeah, we'll go from there. Just hanging out down here at Isablanca. It's actually really nice that it's not the same old sunny day that we've been having for the last few months. So I'm enjoying it out here. So we'll update you shortly. Oh, and this is, it's probably a little bit early in the season, but this is almost the time when we start seeing a ton of dolphin down here. So I don't know if that's towards the end of, maybe that's a couple months out still. But keep an eye out, see if you see any dolphins in the water. I'll actually adjust my camera down a little bit so you get a better view of the channel. Let me do that now. There you go. Now you can see the channel a lot better. So if there are any dolphin, you should see them. But now that I am thinking about it, I think that's usually towards the end of the winter. But let me know if you see any. Yeah, sometimes down here, there's just like, you'll sit here for an hour and you'll see a dozen dolphin. It's really nice. Yeah, it's provided some really awesome photography opportunities too with the dolphin and then the ships in the back.
I'm never that lucky though. I mean, I'm always the last one to get my camera out. Not really into photography that much. Apart from that, it helps me to keep like a diary of
Right.
things that I'm seeing.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I was there. Yes.
Right.
I saw this. I'm like, oh nice.
It definitely helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, April last year.
I remember you were one of the first people I met.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Definitely. Yeah, that might have even been. When did you come down? That might have been.
End of May. But I think I had some problems with my car. So the first day I actually made it to Starbase was in June of May.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Yep, that makes sense. I was gonna say it might have even been before I moved here, but that lines up with when I moved here.
Yeah.
So came down. So I came down a year before I moved here, just to see it. I didn't know I would move down here or whatever, but and then I came down here like a month or two before I moved down here to actually look at apartments and stuff. So came down a couple times before I actually moved. Pretty much just when the pandemic hit, I was just like sick of working from home, so I was like, hey, let's go down to Starbase. And I already had the channel and stuff then. But you know, I didn't have very much content, nor did I have very much viewers. But I was like, let's give this thing a shot, see what happens.
So what made you start the channel?
Well, I saw my first launch in 2013, I think. I was on a family trip at Disney, and I like knew just enough about space to like know to check the launch calendar. I was kind of into space, but not like I am now. But I saw that launch, and that kind of changed everything, which is really funny because I almost didn't go to the launch because my alarm was going off at like 2 in the morning after like a full long day in the heat at Disney. I like hit the snooze like 5 or 6 times, but eventually I was like, screw it, I'll just get up and I'll go, which was good. So I saw that, and then then I don't know, I wanted that triggered something that I wanted to do something related to space. So I went to a conference in Boston called the International Space Station Research and Development Conference. It's a mouthful. And that was really cool. I met some really cool people there, and I think that those two events, the launch and that, kind of solidified that I like really want to do something. So I met a friend of mine now there, who's a solar system ambassador. Have you heard of the program?
Yeah.
So
NASA.
yep, NASA JPL. So I'm still an SSA now. I keep it separate from this stuff generally, but that got me out talking to people for events and stuff. So I think I was like, well, now I've already done some presentations in real life. I might as well start doing stuff on YouTube. So that's where that started from. Originally, I was Boston Space Organization. So I was based out of Boston. And walk around Boston with a camera and do like vlog style news about space and stuff. And then eventually I changed the channel to Solid Rocket Future. Now it's just Rocket Future. So it's been a journey so far. Yeah.
And in your other life, with your other job, like, is the job in any way space related, or?
No, it's a telehealth company. Do like root cause analysis and stuff when our systems go down. So it's very tech focused stuff.
Alright. So I guess some of the skills that you developed in that job came in handy, or did you have to learn a lot of new skills for this?
Yeah, not a lot of it. Not a lot of it really is direct. But I don't know. I feel like I've always kind of been like I used to make like silly like YouTube game reviews and stuff back in the day too. So like I've always been kind of handy with like video editing and stuff. I don't know if I'm any good at it, but I've practiced it for a long time on various projects. So yeah, I think there was moments in my life where I actually wanted to go into like some sort of production, like video production or something. And that's something I actually think about. If I was ever to lose this full-time job for whatever reason, the easiest and safest thing to do is like try to find a direct drop-in replacement that's similar to what I'm doing now. But I'm like, I don't know. Like maybe I could utilize what I've learned here and the stuff that I'm doing, and I still have like a huge passion for like a lot of the stuff that I watch on YouTube and Twitch and stuff. And I don't know, maybe there's some studio out there that I can use my hands somewhere. So I don't know. That's something that I haven't completely ruled out. So yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, we'll see. checking in here with chat. Don't have much updates for y'all yet. What I can do is pan around a little bit. I'll show you what's going on over at the launch pad and over at the build site, just to change up the view a little bit here. So let me give you a little bit of a view change, and then I'll bring it right back to the ship. How's that? That might be a little bit more of an interesting view while we sit here and wait. Actually, great viewing conditions here. We got a good view of Booster 9 and Ship 25. We'd be able to see that hot stage ring actually pretty well if it was still installed, but at this point it is not. But yeah, it's nicely clear. No, well, what we think is potentially happening is on the right side they have another ship. We think they might be doing what's called a spin prime test today, which wouldn't be anything super exciting to see from here, but it's an important test for that vehicle anyway.
Is it the one that's standing by itself over there?
Yeah, exactly. That's ship 26.
Okay.
But if they do a spin prime test today, it's possible that they try to do a static fire of that same ship over the next couple days, few days, and that's something you would be able to see from here. So keep an eye out.
Let's see. This one?
Not that one. Do you have one? So it doesn't have any of the flaps or any of the detail tiles. That might be it there. Yeah, that's it.
That one was sort of standing by itself.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the one that we think they're testing today.
That one was over here.
This is the build side over here.
Yeah, that's where this one was. The one that's sitting by itself is this one. If they're on the right, then the one by the launch tank wasn't completed. Looks like that.
Yeah, so that's ship 25, that's 59. The other ship that you're showing, I'm not sure, but the one without the flaps and without the detail tiles is definitely ship 26. That one there.
This one?
Yeah.
It was over here. We could walk right up to it.
That might have been 27. Right, right.
This one, we could walk right up to it. Those are the ones that are over here by.
Yeah, the build site.
You see those on the left.
Fair enough.
I was just curious. I saw your signage and your cameras.
Yeah. Cool stuff.
You guys might have some info. Because if there was going to be a launch or something while we were here, it'd be really
Would be pretty
see.
cool, right? Right? Someday.
Testing to just fire the engines and.
Probably no engine firing today, but maybe this week if everything goes well.
I guess it's something you can hear and see if you're around somewhere.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Appreciate it.
No problem. Yeah, I can provide another update on some projects that we're working on. Yeah, give me about 3 minutes, and I'll jump back in front of the commentary camera, and we'll talk about some stuff happening here at Rocket Future in coming days and weeks. So it's hard to not just chuckle every time that somebody asks if it's a launch. Not because people should know better or anything, but it's just because it's just such like a meme that everybody always asks around here, and it's in the community. Everybody's like, launch day. It's funny.
Well, it's the space community version of small talk.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Instead of talking about the weather, it's like, is there a lunch?
Right. Launch today. That's fine. Yeah, I think I feel like this community, the Don't Tech community, is like way more interested than like the locals and stuff. Like you come down here and I'll be out set up during the summer when it's mostly people from Brownsville and stuff. And granted, they're probably used to just hearing about it all the time now, so it might not be the novelty might have worn off, or maybe they just don't have as many questions because they know what's happening. But when the Witcher Texans are here, like they seem way more engaged, and it's a novelty to them, I think. So. All right. Upcoming project update. Let's do that. So what are we working on? Oh, we need to adjust. Let's adjust this back over for a second. Give me one moment. All right, so I think I'm tracking about four major projects on the channel right now. One is continuing coverage of Booster 9 and Ship 25, and any major updates that are happening with the launch campaign. So that's kind of number one. That's the big focus. Obviously, we've kind of been at a hold for a while on that, just based on waiting for Fish and Wildlife and FAA news to come through. But that's always kind of the top of my priority list, and just kind of the top of the list. I guess let's say five projects. So that's one. Number two, which is something we haven't had in a while, is major tests of other vehicles. So if S26 is doing a spin prime, great. We'll track that. We'll do that. Hopefully that'll happen today. Obviously, if it goes for a static fire, we're going to do that as well. So that's number two, tracking major tests of other launch vehicles. Number three is the project I very briefly mentioned earlier, about a new series that kind of talks about communities that are happening around launch sites. Now, episode 2, like I said, is very secret, as far as that's something that that's something I kind of want to surprise y'all with what episode 2 is about. But I'm trying to get some stuff done for episode 1 on that. So again, that's just a little bit of a series that we're going to do that talks about the communities and the areas around launch sites. Episode 1 is going to be here, Brownsville, Starship, Starbase. Episode 2, you should look forward to in November. Again, that one's going to be a secret until we release that. So I think y'all will be excited to see that. So that's number 3. Number 4 is the eclipse coming up this Saturday. So I'm preparing for the eclipse stream. We have all the filters and everything we need for our cameras to give y'all a beautiful view of the eclipse on Saturday. I'm going to be in the path of the most eclipse, so we should have the full annular eclipse, which will still show a ring of the sun around the outside of the moon. So that'll be really cool to see. That is Saturday, so put that on your calendars. Probably starting around 9:30 or 10 a.m. Central Time. And then the final project we're working on is the one that I keep alluding to and I haven't told you much about. It's going to be a new feature for the channel. It's going to add some, hopefully some educational and entertainment value to the channel. We're going to do a reveal stream about what that means and what that is. Again, hopefully before the 18th, that's my goal. But I don't want to do that until it's ready, so just hold tight. So again, those are the 5 big things we're tracking. The next vehicles to launch, number 1. Any other active tests of any of the other ships or boosters, number 2. Number 3 was the videos about the communities surrounding launch sites. Number 4 is the eclipse coming up. And number 5 is the secret project. So I'm going to keep you all updated with what's happening with those projects, so that anybody that's tuning in knows what to expect coming up in Rocket Future, especially people that are members of the channel. I like to give you a heads up on what I'm working on, especially when there's a lot of time between testing streams like there has been lately. So that's what we're doing, and I'm actually really excited about this set of projects. I think it's great, and I think y'all are going to like what we come up with. So stay tuned for all those things, and yeah, we'll go from there. We got some spam in chat. Let me remove that. Give me a second. I'll have to log on a YouTube Studio. Surprisingly, actually very rare that we get anything we have to moderate in chat. But we have a couple moderators of the channel, but we should probably expand a little bit. I think I saw a message from Thomas saying you might be interested, so I could make that happen for sure. Let's go to my control room and remove these last 3 messages. All right, back to full screen on the rocket. Let's see what we got. All right, I continue to see the tank farm venting, but it doesn't look like it's any more active than it's been. So we're still just kind of in a holding pattern here, folks. Thomas, I just tried to add you as a mod, but I think YouTube Studio is misbehaving, so I don't know if it worked or not. It might have worked, but if not, I will do that later. It seems like it's just kind of glitching out. But I'll give you all a heads up when we start to see some more activity. So we'll make sure that you don't miss anything exciting here. Some of your posts aren't showing. Interesting. Yeah, definitely. YouTube might be having some problems right now, but as long as the stream stays up, it's all good. And it seems like the stream is pretty stable right now, so I think we are golden. Smells so fishy down here. I wonder if it's like red tide or something coming through. I heard that there was like a brief spike in red tide a couple weeks ago, but I think it went right back down. But I've heard yeah, it's not too bad, but I don't think I usually smell like that. I've heard horror stories from a few years ago about like a really bad red tide here that like you couldn't even go out on the island. Your eyes would just burn and you'd be miserable. So hopefully don't have a repeat of that. Stream is stable. Very good. Yeah, we're showing about 1.4% frame drops right now, which for Starlink is acceptable. Not bad. Shot from like I was probably parked on a similar spot on that side, so the Starlink was like on line with them. Let there be Wi-Fi. I have a few mods, but I think like most of the time it probably like isn't the mod that I'm on. Depending on the time. When I do like later streams, I usually have a mod on. But generally speaking, I don't have any problems. The only problems I have is just when like there's like a bot account that like spams like links for some sex site or something. I don't even know. But that doesn't even happen often. That was the first time I had to, remove some messages in months. So. But yeah, I don't know. I think I have like 4 or 5 people designated as mods, and I'll just ramp it up if I need to. Sometimes, mostly, it's mostly just through chat. I get some DMs and like on X and stuff, but it's mostly just through the YouTube chat feature. Definitely, occasionally super chats and stuff, but I think I have a small enough community right now that nobody feels like their messages aren't being heard. So I don't have people that are donating just so that I see their message. So it's mostly just through the regular chat feature. Yep. And then, like I said, some people will tweet at me or DM me on Twitter. Speaking of which, Holly is here, and Holly, thank you for being a member of our channel. Holly says Rocket Life. This is the Rocket Life. Sitting out here at Isla Park, just staring at rockets. That's what we do here, and I love it. Thomas says, Starlink changed my whole world up here. Starlink is better than HughesNet. I have heard that as well. I've never had experience using HughesNet, but I've heard it is an improvement. But good to see you, Holly. Thanks for being here. less of a niche that I'll do some stuff like that eventually. But as far as Rock Future goes, I mean, it would be awesome if the channel became like everyday astronaut or something, and could sustain myself off of it. But I think it would be pretty awesome if I could just get to a point where it would be a portion of my income. And yeah, right now I'm generating some, but I happen to still be in the negatives for sure. Just gas and everything. Definitely helps though, because I'd be doing it whether or not the money was coming in or not. So it helps. But yeah.
So does it pay for like the equipment using like Starlink, things like that?
Yeah, it definitely covers Starlink and some gas, I would say.
It is difficult because we're looking at it, who are doing this at Starbase, and you see some people who are trying to do it full time. Some of them will have part time, almost full time jobs. I'm not sure like Starship Gazer, his job is part time, full time is
Right.
part time.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, it would be. It's one thing if I think if it was an option for me to just drop off my full time job and stream more and just do more in general. I think obviously as a result, the income from this would go up. I just don't think it would go up enough to offset, especially with the student loan payments really kicking back in. It's rough.
I managed to avoid that only because the year before I was to graduate, the Scottish Parliament passed a law that eliminated
Wow.
the need to repay
Wow.
your student loan.
I was hoping that we get some sort of relief, but
Yeah.
it is what it is. I don't regret it. It's just a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, if I didn't have those, yeah, I would consider way more options. I could have I just have to have a stable income and just pay those and rent.
I was trying to think, like, how is the cost of living here compared to, I guess, Boston or some other places?
Yeah, so in general, it's a lot cheaper here. But I was living with family, so it's more for me to live here. But moving so the apartment prices down here are unheard of up in Boston. I could have gotten an apartment down here, the ones I was looking at, for less than $1,000 a month. But the one I ended up is slightly more, just because I like the location and the actual apartment better. But yeah, it's still reasonable. I think an apartment like mine, kind of where I'm from, would probably be at least 18 to 1900, and that wouldn't be on the water. And I'm pretty much on the bay. I am on the bay, so 2,500 probably. And I'm paying just barely over 1,000 or 1,300. So. But, and then yeah, the loans are another 1,000 every month. So.
Oh, yeah.
So it's ridiculous, but so far so good.
Good.
Yeah, doing the best.
It is very difficult to make that sustainable, as you said, if you're at home, everything goes through.
Right. Yeah, big channels can do it. I don't know how NSF employs so many people. I know they're not all full time, but it's impressive. But they definitely have a lot of support, which is great.
Oh, they do, yeah.
Which is great. before it gets boring.
Unless they roll the strict configurations to
Yeah.
run
Yeah.
FPS.
Yeah. Yeah. I just kind of mean the program in general.
Yeah.
But you're right. Yeah. Down. I don't know what to expect here at Starbase specifically. But yeah, if they have a couple successful launches under their belt, and then they're able to do testing for landings and stuff down here, yeah, definitely at least 2-3 years down here left of craziness. I don't know how long. I don't know what my plan is yet for as long as I'm gonna stay down here. I think so. My lease will be up in April, so most likely I'll do a third year here. But I might like start thinking about figuring out how to keep the channel growing on that third year without only doing Starbase content. That way, at the end of the third year, maybe I can start looking at other places and stuff.
Alright.
I love it down here, but it's just
To diversify it a
yeah,
little bit.
yep, yeah. It's every day is kind of the same down here. There's not a lot of diversity in food or people and stuff, and it's great. I love it, but it's just not my home forever.
Sure.
Should have brought sunglasses. I didn't expect to have this problem.
Yeah,
I don't think I brought any. Let's see. Holly says I'll be back in a few weeks. Oh, Holly, it'll be great to see you. I'm looking forward to you coming down here. As y'all can see, we have a bit more heat distortion popping up. It's a little bit less clear of a view, but still a good view. And that is because the sun is actually starting to peek through here. We're starting to get some heat. I'm wondering if I should actually put some sunscreen on my forehead and my head. Thomas is saying S30 is out in the daylight. I'm looking over at the rock garden. There's a couple good looking ships. I'll go over there again in a minute. T. saying it's looking good. Yeah, I think I might put a little sunscreen on my forehead. Curious what the UV index is. I'm over here kind of thinking that summer is close to over. UV index might not be too high, but it might still be high. I don't think it's that late yet in the season that would drop off a lot. UV index. Oh, okay. It's 3.8 right now, which is not too bad. Oh yeah, it's not too bad. I'm sure if I stay out here for 5 hours, I'll still get some sun, but. I got a pool at the apartment. Last winter it was under construction all winter. So I'm wondering if it's gonna actually just be open.
Nice.
Awesome. I'll probably be the only crazy person out in the pool in the winter, but I don't mind.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to get as much sun as I possibly can.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I know I've been craving sun for many years because I was like all the rainiest places.
Right. Right.
in the northern hemisphere. So
I don't really tan, but I definitely was the tannest I've ever been like last month before before I started. I guess I don't know why I wasn't outside a lot in the last month. I guess it's just because things have been slow here. But I was getting a little bit, and by But I think I lost a bit of that in the last month or so. Okay. While we're waiting, I'll just jump back in front of the commentary camera here. Great time for any questions if anybody has any. But in the meantime, I'd like to remind anybody about our postcard program that we do here, just in case anybody is interested in that. So we have our Patreon, and on the Patreon there is a tier for postcards. So every month we actually will physically send you a postcard in the mail to your mailbox with some photography that I took down here at Starbase. And on the back of that, it'll have like some stories or something about what's happening here at Starbase as well. I think it's $3 or $3.50 for that tier, or is it less? I would have to double check, but it's basically the cost of the postcard and sending it out. But I think it's a cool way for people to get actual, kind of cheap, inexpensive prints on a monthly basis. So if you're interested in that, type of exclamation point Patreon in chat. That will give you a link and you can check that out. But it's been pretty cool. We have a few people that have been doing it for quite a few amount of months. And I think it's a unique way to get some kind of behind the scenes updates of what's happening here at Starbase. I generally talk about less specifics and technicals on the back of the postcard and more about, how everybody's feeling down here during the times and any, anecdotes about what's happening here. So I just wanted to bring that up in case anybody's interested in that. I know a lot of people are looking to get some photos and stuff with Starbase, but might not necessarily want to spend the price for a full print. So I wanted to give you that opportunity. So check that out! Exclamation point Patreon in chat. But yeah, otherwise, thanks for continuing to hang out. I don't know. I feel like it's about that time where things start to happen. Again, we have nothing to go on until we actually start to see the next step in testing. But it feels like whenever we get these streams going, we have a couple hours of just kind of lag and delay before we start to see any activity. It seems like just about the right time to start seeing something happen. So let's keep an eye on it. Let's see what happens. Thomas, thanks for putting exclamation point Patreon in chat. Actually, I think there might be a typo though. Let me type it in here for you. And that should give us the link. There you go. No problem, Thomas. No problem. Not much of an update, but I did just want to let y'all know that we're still here and live. So if you're hanging with us, we appreciate you, and we're going to keep you updated when we see the next step happen over at Starbase. I haven't checked in with any of the community in a while on Twitter or anything, so I'll do that too. I'll check in and see if any of the other creators or other channels are posting any updates about what might be happening over there. Just in case that there's some information that folks have that we haven't heard yet. So I'll check in on that. But yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. And if anybody else is hearing anything from anybody else, feel free to let us know. I think so. I think at least.
So you think stage separation for sure?
I think so. I think so.
Orbital, maybe?
Maybe. But I'm happy if the engines ignite on Starship, and it gets, it gets a little bit distance. I'm happy with that. And I think the biggest thing is if the pad and the surrounding area are good after launch. That's going to be a big piece of it.
And so it was so funny because I was watching from the outpost, and at some point, you couldn't see it because of the clouds, but the sound of it sounded like it was just above us, and people were like started looking up, and I'm like,
That's crazy.
that is crazy. But then somebody told me that they were watching from, I can't remember if it was from here or Keith's place, but they were watching with binoculars and they couldn't see it as it started tumbling.
Yeah. We could see it from here.
Yeah. And then somebody showed us like, it's coming right back at us.
Oh no.
And I was like, oh my god. It's good that I didn't see it then.
It's pretty scary though that yes can go off. There's some theories that if it was used, if it had to have been used close to the ground, that more likely it would have worked because more pressure. But scary. Very.
Like for 40 something seconds.
Yeah. Plenty of time for it to get somewhere it doesn't need to be at. But even I'm telling you, when it was right, I'm sure at the outpost you probably felt similarly. But when it was like 45, what is that, 45, 50-degree angle, like right up, like I was like, if it blows up, I was like, I'm diving under the Jeep or I'm gonna go in the bathroom or something. I was like, there's no way stuff's not gonna just pile on us. I'm just like, oh, I hope they know what they're doing.
Yeah, right.
So I hope like everybody that's involved with the making sure safety, distances are actually doing their due diligence, and I'm sure they are. It's just so hard to see it with your own eyes and be like, hypothetically, nothing's supposed to come over here if something blows up, but it just looks so close. But so far, so good.
Do you see that white thing next to, like in between
Oh, yeah.
26 and...
It looks like probably some more venting happening. Yep. Let me updates. Good catch. Testing. Just a minor update for y'all. We did just notice that there is some additional venting going on at the tank farm now, the suborbital tank farm. It looks like maybe that the activity at the tank farm is increasing. So this could be a good indication that they're going to continue forward with whatever tests that they're going to do today. Again, if you're just joining us, we're expecting potentially a spin prime test here today. So we'll see if we continue to see that tank farm get more and more active and then eventually see some frost start to grow on Starship S26. So let's keep an eye on it, but that is potentially a good indication that we're starting to see a little bit more of that. I want the tour helicopters flying by, but good indication that we're seeing more of that venting. So stay tuned, folks. We're making progress. Yep. And make sure you call out in chat if you start to see any frost line growing. The first piece of the frost line, when it starts, actually may be, might kind of be actually blocked by the new venting of the suborbital tank farm there, but we'll have to see.
I wasn't sure if it was one of the tanks
Right.
or something, but just a little bit of light.
Yep. Yeah, on the camera you can see it's before it was staying pretty low. It's even hard to see, but before it was staying pretty low, kind of like it is now. But you can see it's actually actively changing, which wasn't happening before. So. Cool. I have a feeling that it's probably just going to be the spin prime though, which, you know, we'll probably barely be able to tell that's happening from here. But that's alright.
So they haven't done any spin primes on 26 yet, or have they?
I don't believe so. I think they've done cryos, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's done cryos, but no spin prime. So it would be awesome to see the spin prime today, because I think that would probably mean they would go for a sidecar this week too. But let's see.
Exciting.
Yeah. NSF's actually just about to start up their stream.
Oh, I was wondering if they were gonna have
Yeah.
a stream for this.
They usually wait until like this. Start.
Do you watch a lot of other streams as well?
Honestly, not too much lately. Like I said, kind of generally when I'm not actively working on rocket future stuff, I kind of separate a little bit. But I'll tune into some of like the weekly updates and stuff, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. And I watch a ton of streams that aren't Starbase related, space related.
Right.
Yeah.
A dolphin!
Oh, nice. Got
Did
one?
you see it?
No, I missed it, but it'll usually pop up a bunch of times.
Yeah.
There it is. A couple of them.
Two, yeah.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna adjust my camera, folks. We got some dolphins going on. Hope you all saw that. That was good. Good dolphin sighting. There's another one right there. Oh yeah, just kind of barely. Let me minimize the bottom third here for a second. See if they pop back out. And in addition to the dolphins, I would say that the tank farm looks like it's continuing to get more active, so that's good. I'll leave the lower third here minimized for a few minutes. What's the plural of dolphins? 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 Lost chat. Does anybody know what the actual plural of dolphin is? Is it dolphins or is it just dolphin? Thomas thinks that it's no S. It kind of sounds right without the S, but I don't know. I'll look it up. Oh, hey, look at our screen, folks. And then look at the base of ship 26, and then follow the ground line, the dunes over to the right. It looks like some sort of animal, right? I can't tell if it's actually an animal or if it's just some brush or something that's looking just a brush shaped like an animal. It almost looks like a deer. Is it moving? I can't tell. Keep an eye on that thing. See if it's moving. Yeah, that's moving. There's some deer out there. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it with your own eyes. No, yeah, you can just barely make it out on stream, although I can't see it anymore. That was cool. Anybody else see the deer? Or whatever the heck it was? That's a new one. It was like standing on top of one of the dunes.
That would be a different picture if we were close
I
on
know.
it.
It's been awesome. Yep, looks like everybody's kind of in agreement that things are starting up.
Well, they've never done a static flyer for going from straight from like Earth, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. I almost, I almost want to say there might have been once, but I don't think it was actually before a spin prime. I think it was just the fact that nobody expected that there to be a static fire that day, but then they just did it.
Oh, was that when the explosion happened?
No, that was different. That was a different one, because like nobody got an overpressure notice. And the only way that they notified the village was just by the sirens before. But I think they probably did a spin prime before that. But you never know. You never know. Thomas is saying it looks like they're starting to chill the lines. Very good, very good. Keep an eye out on the bottom piece of the ship there. We'll start to see some a white line start growing. Couldn't go to sleep last night. Not enough sleep.
I came back from this event, the Mars Society convention. It was 4 days, and it was essentially from 9 a.m. to like 8 p.m. So it's like 11, 12 hours every day. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I can imagine. Dang. That's a lot.
It is. You
All right, let's do a quick update just so if anybody's joined, they know where we stand at the moment. Both cameras are live. Mic is good. So for anybody just joining us, it looks like the next steps for the Starship S26 test today are progressing. So we started to see some more activity from the tank farm, and some folks that are tuning into some of the other streams are noting that the lines are starting to be chilled down. This is another prereq required before they start loading either fuels or hypothetically it could also be liquid nitrogen into the vehicle. So we'll have to wait and see. The next step would be to see the frost lines that I referenced starting to grow. So based on what we're seeing so far, I mean, I think our best guess is still a spin prime test. So what will we see from here? We'll definitely see them loading the fuels into the vehicle, or probably just liquid oxygen is my guess. So we'll see a frost line grow towards the bottom of the vehicle. We'll see that grow a bit. And then the spin prime won't be the most exciting visual test from here, but a very important test nonetheless. So looking at our screen here, I'm going to pop over to the full 4K. Down at the bottom of the vehicle where you see a lot of that white vapor right now, we'd see a large increase in volume of vapors coming from the base of the vehicle all at once. My guess it would be enough to probably start kind of blocking our view from some of those tanks. So if we see a very large increase in the volume of those vapors around the base of the vehicle, after we start to see them loading the vehicle, that is kind of what we would see for a spin prime. Conditions for audio today. Obviously, this isn't the static fire. We're not going to hear any static fire noises, but generally after the spin primes, they'll depress, I believe, and I do believe that we have pretty good viewing or audio conditions to hear the depress vent here today. So we'll have kind of an indication when they've completed the test by looking for those two things: the big vapors, the large increase in vapors, and also potential depress after. So keep an eye out on the vehicle. Again, we'll start by looking for that frost line, and then we'll talk about the next steps. kind of context.
So, and Rocket Teacher is your YouTube or
Yep.
Twitch? Do you do
All of the
Twitch
above.
too?
Twitch I don't do, but I'm on pretty much everything else.
And do you play Twitch?
I do a little bit. Still kind of small, so I get some from it, but yeah, generally do.
Okay. And is that enough for you to live off of? Or is
No,
okay.
not at the moment at least.
Okay. I'm just curious. We're like, so my boss is a nursing teacher. Yesterday she just did a documentary and
Cool.
whatever kind of class.
Yeah.
And she's on a call, so we were just coming over here to like check it out in general and then psych her. And I was like, ooh, that's interesting. It's like a different kind of media production. So.
Cool.
Well, thanks.
No problem.
Oh yeah. Did you just do this as a hobbyist, or do you have like training in media? Or
No training.
Okay.
You know, I've always kind of been into video, different formats and stuff. And I'm a big consumer of like live streaming and stuff. So that's kind of how it all happened.
cool. Thanks.
No problem. Thomas is reporting that we're getting some venting below S26. So again, more progress. Just waiting to see some frost lines start to build. Probably not. All right, I just made some camera adjustments, so we should not be blocked out by anybody that walks by. And it actually just gave us a little tiny bit of a boost to where we can kind of see the base of the vehicle just a little bit better, which actually, honestly, I think made a decent difference. I can kind of almost see the base. But this way, nobody will walk by it when something's about to happen. Oh, we'd have to try my hardest not to nap later.
Right? It's also the weather. I think it's like every time it gets a little overcast, I think the atmospheric pressure changes. And I always like to blame it on atmospheric pressure.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
I think there's some impact from it. I mean, that with the day that cold front came through, I had a headache. Like, what the heck? Definitely think it was from that. Yeah. Do you need water in it? You got water?
No, I've got water, thank you. Yeah, I've got everything. It's just been maybe I'm just exhausted.
Yeah, that'll happen.
And,
This is Sandy, but you're more than welcome to use the chair.
no, that's fine. I'm very comfortable
Okay.
here, but thank you very much.
Not a problem.
So how many hours do you usually stay here when you're doing this?
Probably on average, let's see, on their 8 a.m. closures, I'm usually here by 10. I don't necessarily always try to plan to be here at 10, but that's usually when things start to happen. And then I think on average, it's probably around 1:30 or 2 that they actually do the thing. So 4 or 5 hours. But there's been obviously plenty of days that I've been out here for 6 20%. That's awesome. Fun little fact here for those who have been following some of the changes we have been making to all of our production equipment. We used to be able to get like 6 to 8 hours of stream time in before having to worry about battery life. But right now, we've been live for 2 hours and 44 minutes, and my battery is saying we still have 70%, and it's estimating that to be at 7 hours. So 7+ hours. So 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're definitely closer to the 9 to 10 hour time frame on our battery versus the 6 to 8, which is great. So that's a pretty big improvement. And then, of course, for any other events, we have some other ways to increase that if we think it's going to be a longer stream. But for ease of use, just being able to use this one battery is great. Huh? Oh, they might be doing some testing today, but probably nothing super exciting from here.
Yeah, I knew they had the road closed for today, but then about 3 days ago they took the rocket off, and then they took the whatever that
Hot stage ring.
that new piece they've added.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the test
What's it
today.
called? The what?
Hot stage. Yes.
Hot staging ring. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The test today is probably on the one to the right, the rocket to the right, not the big stack. Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Well, we were here in April
Nice.
when the when they launched. When they launched for about a minute, two and a half minutes, something like that.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
Here at Islanca.
Yeah.
Nice. Same. Yeah, I was right about here, a couple
Yeah.
spots down.
Well, see, I guess it was the Monday or anyway, they were going to do it, and we were here, and then the day they actually did it, we actually went and sat.
Big ship about to come through.
And so I stayed in the car until the last minute, and we actually took. This is just FYI in case you get this predicament. We just took chairs to the helipad. It was crazy.
Oh, nice.
Wasn't hardly anybody there.
Nice. And that's just right back there. Nice. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, you have to sort of, you go
Yeah.
around, and then there's a little trail.
That's good to know.
It's not really used, but yeah, and especially with your,
Yeah.
things and whatnot, you might get a really good shot. But
Cool.
yeah, it was so exciting.
Do you follow this on a day-to-day basis?
My husband does. He I don't know if y'all are connected to South Padre or anything.
Yeah.
Okay. He checks that every day.
Cool.
And,
Yeah, we know them.
And yeah, and we come down here a lot to camp or stay in hotels. In April we were in a hotel.
Dolphins jumping in front of the ship.
Oh yeah, very cool.
That was cool.
So anyway, we came down here.
All right, check this out, folks. There's a big ship about to come through, and then there's a bunch of dolphins jumping in front of the ship. It's really cool.
And what was fun, we live in Austin, but we met all these people, but nobody was from Texas. There's just people from all over. It was crazy. Yeah, we're fans. Our son-in-law actually works at NASA.
That's cool.
Yeah. He's a rocket scientist.
That's awesome. the ship that never ends. Titanic feeling. It is a big one.
Yeah, so we're hoping that we'll be here when they do something this fall.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
You down for the whole season?
Pretty much.
Nice.
Yeah, we're down here for October, November, December.
I think there's a decent chance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got to go back a couple of times for things, but
Yeah.
for a few days, so hopefully it won't be when we're gone.
All right, still no frost line, but keeping an eye on it. If anything, maybe tank farm might be looking a little bit lower activity, but that doesn't necessarily mean much. But let's just keep a close eye on it.
Are you guys looking at the rocket, or are they gonna launch?
No launch today. They might be doing some tests over there today, but probably not anything super exciting that you can see from here.
Yeah. Do you know when the next launch will be?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll be in the next few months, but we'll see. Yep.
You're like a tourist point,
Yep.
tourist information point.
Yep.
On like Starship information point.
Yep.
I'm really glad that I've come here.
Hmm?
I'm really glad that I've come here.
Yeah. Absolutely, it's a whole different perspective.
It is, yeah.
So obviously the view from the outpost you can't beat it. But you don't get the people aspect. But,
Yes.
everybody you know.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So it was just like, I was still in bed when you messaged me, and I was like, maybe I could. But I'm glad that you said no.
Yeah.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Worked out.
Yes.
I'm half tempted to pull the SD card right now and get that clip up, but that's effort. Actually, I don't even know if I could do that right now. I don't think I have my SD card reader here, actually. Well, that makes that decision easy. I'll have to do it later. Oh, actually, I forgot my new little PC actually just has it built in.
Decisions.
Yep. Okay, good news. I don't have the editing program installed. I'll do that later.
Yeah, all of these things are about speed, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right? If you're the first to get your stuff out there,
Yeah.
like with the Cybertruck, for example, the
Yeah.
other day,
Yeah.
like we were leaving, like I was with Anthony and we were leaving Starbase because I wanted to get some like sunset photographs.
Right.
He didn't want to come at first. He was like, I'm like, okay, you don't have to come. Well, I'm going.
the ships.
Oh yes. Yes. See, I didn't even manage to pull out my camera. I'm just taking the view and enjoying
Yeah, it's a
it.
good way to do it too.
Yeah.
That's also a good way. You need to drink more water. Need to get some new tripods soon, but we'll see. They each have their little quirks that are broken. That's alright.
How often do you have to like change or upgrade everything?
Honestly, I haven't really had any like failures of any equipment. Cables for sure. You gotta replace cables every few months, couple months, depends. Tripods, I haven't actually had to replace any. I have actually, well, I had one that broke, but that was honestly just like a cheap Walmart tripod that I bought at one point. I wasn't really expecting much out of that. But it's like, I guess the question is, where is the line of when something should be replaced or not? Like this one works fine, except for some reason these rocks on the leg are tight enough, so sometimes one leg will just like go down. This one actually, this one's dumb because the way that the actual part that goes on the camera mounts, it doesn't have a second way to keep it locked in one position.
All right.
So that was a learning experience. So I won't ever buy a tripod like that again. And then I have another one that's all mangled up. But where I haven't had to replace things, I have upgraded some things. So that camera was new to last year, and that was just to try to get better quality. I was just using the PTZ camera prior to that. Now that's just kind of a backup. Which I like to have backups of everything as well. So when I was just running that, it was kind of, single point of failure. If on launch day, if that didn't work, then
that's it.
Yep. So I was running all of the computer stuff off an old laptop that I've had for, I don't know, 6 or 7 years. And that was getting to the point where it's getting pretty sketchy, so I just replaced that with a new thing. So it's kind of like I started everything up with what I had. So it's not like I bought anything specifically for this yet and have since had to replace it. It's just like I started with what I had, and since then I've upgraded a couple things.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I've seen your video on like the entire setup.
Oh, yeah,
that was really cool.
Thank you. Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah, it looks very compact.
Yep. Easy to set up, break down, which is important for me because if it was more effort, I just wouldn't do it. I can be lazy at times.
Oh, we all can.
Yep.
I love my job, right?
Mhm.
So I love kind of going and observing and talking to people. But then I know that at the end of the day, I have to sit down and write it all.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, all the notes, all like everything.
Yep.
And I hate that because I hate writing.
Yep. Yeah, it almost, it almost kind of looks like it's just not doing much. So we'll see. It's only one. Let's see what NSF is saying. Oh, there's some kind of puffs coming from the base of 26. I think NSF is seeing frost. I just tuned into NSF for a moment. It sounded like they might have been seeing some frost, so I am keeping a close eye to see if I see any. Oh, and Thomas is also saying prop load started. Exclamation point NSF in chat as well. Don't forget to check out view from multiple spots. Everybody has a different view and everybody has a different perspective, so it's important to check out multiple channels. Don't just stick with one. Check everybody out. But yeah, it sounds like we're Jimatech also says, yeah, frost line started. Okay, good. Just like I was saying, right when everybody's about to think that everything's stopping is when everything starts. So it sounds like right now, let me jump in front of our commentary camera. It sounds like we're moving into the next portion of this test. That could use a little bit of an adjustment here before I start talking here. There it is. Yeah, so it looks like we're moving into the next portion of the test and actually loading propellant into the vehicle. So this is good. So like I was saying, we're going to see a frost line start growing on the base of the vehicle. And we're going to start to see that frost line grow and grow. Eventually that will slow down and stop completely. At that point, what we should be looking for is that very quick event of lots of vapors being pushed out the base of the vehicle at the same time. This would be liquid oxygen, most likely, I think, if we're going for a spin prime test today. So that's the next thing to look forward to after we start seeing these frost rings grow. So keep an eye on the base of the vehicle. Oh yeah, yep. We can just make it out here on the stream. So look at those white clouds of vapor underneath the ship, and then look just a little bit above those, and you can see a section of the ship, just a thin line going around the ring of the ship. That is the base of the liquid oxygen tent. Now, of course, that is not the base of the vehicle, and that is because, obviously, at the base of the vehicle is the actual engine section. So above that engine section is the liquid oxygen section, and above that is the methane section. So we're seeing the liquid oxygen section being filled right now. So that thin line will continue to grow. I'm not sure how much they'll load today. But like I said, if they're doing the spin prime test today, we'll see that grow a bit, and then we'll start to see just a big outburst of liquid oxygen through the base of the vehicle. Other than a cryo test, this is the first major test of a quote-unquote finished ship. So what we see is, obviously we see the ship get constructed, and we see there's probably some tests that we don't get to see, just to make sure that construction and integration and everything went well. But then the first thing we really get to see is a cryo test, and I believe we've seen a couple of cryo tests of ship 26 in the past. And the next step is the spin prime, and that's what I'm hoping to see today. I guess it's entirely possible that we could see just another cryo test today as well, but I don't necessarily think that's as likely as the spin prime, but we'll have to see. And as we know, after the spin prime is a static fire. I believe for ship 25, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe with ship 25, they went straight from the spin prime test into a full set they went straight from the spin prime test to a full static fire within coming days, and they didn't do, one engine or two engines. I think they just went straight to the full 6 engines. So hypothetically, if that's true, if they do the spin prime today, we could see a full 6 engine static fire in coming days. That frost line is getting a little bit bigger. You can probably that's a lot more noticeable now. You should be able to see it if you couldn't see it before. There should be a store or a shop command in there, but if not, I should add one for sure. We do have some t-shirts for sale. If we don't have a command, you can go to rocketfuture.org and find the shop section. That's rocketfuture.org. I think it's store.rocketfuture.org maybe. Jim Tech, if there's a static fire test this week of S26, so today I don't think there will be, but if there's one this week, I do hope to use the Space Junkie mic. So Fabian is asking what booster I think this will be stacked on. If we're talking about S26, I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. That's a great question. Obviously, I think we know the next launch hopefully will be Ship 25 with booster 9. But as far as what will happen with Ship 26 and if it's going to be integrated with a booster, I'm not sure which one it will get. It's a great question, though. If anybody else in chat has any speculation on that, please feel free to put your opinion in. Decent frostering growing now. Especially with today's background with all the clouds, it might be kind of hard to see when the test actually happens. So if you see what looks to be a spin prime test, definitely put it in the chat. T. Evans says engine chill is happening. Okay, so we could see this happening pretty soon, folks. I think if you've had this on in the background doing other things and you don't want to miss the test, now's the time to tune back in. Because we could be seeing, if we're getting a spin prime test today, it could be any second here. We might be still a few minutes away. We don't know, but it could be pretty dang soon. Welcome, Andy M. Good to see you. Welcome into the chat. Came at a good time. Hopefully we'll be seeing a spin prime test here shortly. See some venting coming out of the center of the vehicle there. That's should be expected as they continue to load propellant into the vehicle. I think most likely they should be loading liquid oxygen into the vehicle right now, unless this is just a pure cryo test. But again, I think this is probably a spin prime. But again, if anybody's hearing otherwise, let me know. Keeping a close eye just on the base of the vehicle there. Again, we're just expecting to see the volume of those vapors just to increase drastically as liquid oxygen is pumped aggressively through the engines. Welcome Lolcow Farm. No launch today, but hopefully an important test before Ship 26's static fire, potentially in coming days if today goes well. I'll do another quick rundown of what a spin prime test is for anybody that is just joining, and Lolcow if you needed a little bit more context. So basically, I think the best way to explain it is talking about a static fire and going backwards. So we're not expecting a static fire today, but when SpaceX does a static fire, they are running liquid oxygen and methane through the engines, igniting them, and actually having ignition and we get to see and hear the engines ignite. Again, not what we expect to happen today. What we expect to happen today is a spin prime. So instead of loading liquid oxygen and methane through the engines, you're basically only loading liquid oxygen through the engines, and that liquid oxygen comes out the base of the engine with no ignition. This is to test the liquid oxygen side of the engine itself, and just to make sure the pumps and everything are working correctly on the engine. This is often a precursor to a static fire. So again, spin prime today, they look at the data. If it all looks well, then maybe a static fire in the next couple days, potentially. So that's what we're looking at today, is that spin prime. Again, might be kind of hard to see when that test is completed. It's not the most visual test, but it is an important one nonetheless. But we should, if we keep a close eye on it, we will see a large outgassing of liquid oxygen through the base of the engines, which I assume will probably block out some of those tanks there, and then we'll know that the test is complete, and we may even hear the depress after. Adrian, do you think it is impossible that we can see a static fire today? I wouldn't say impossible, but I think very unlikely. I think if we were going to see a static fire today, I think the crane at the orbital, I think the crane at the orbital side of the complex would have been lowered. And just by the fact that I don't know if we've ever seen a static fire without a spin prime before. But I wouldn't put it completely past them. I don't think we've seen any overpressure notices before. I don't think we've seen any overpressure notices for today, but that hasn't stopped them in the past. There has been one time where I'm just checking on updates here. There was one time where they did not give an overpressure notice, except 10 minutes before they just announced that they were going to do a static fire. So it's not impossible. But what we would have to see is we would have to see some liquid methane be loaded into the vehicle, or methane be loaded into the vehicle. Even if there is methane, even if there's frost growing on the methane tank, which I don't see yet, but if that does happen, that isn't even an indication that we would definitely see a static fire. I would put it at like 95 to 98% chance that we do not see a static fire today, but it's not impossible. If for some reason they were to static fire today, it wouldn't surprise me, but I just don't think it's going to happen. And another gifted membership from Thomas, also known as T. Evans NC. Wow. Your support is just, it's unreal. Thank you so much. And it looks like ISI or EC received that membership. Thank you so much. Again, we can't say enough how much we appreciate your support. Adrian says, thanks for the answer. I didn't know the overpressure notice is necessary, but from now I know that. Oh, no worries at all. No, don't worry about it. And like I said, they've done one once before without an advanced overpressure notice, so I wouldn't be surprised. But all good, no worries. Is anybody just joining? We're making we're seeing good progress on prop load on ship 26. Hoping to see this spin prime here sometime relatively soon. Really, I would say any minute. Could be a while still, but it could be any minute. Happy to be down here at Isablanca for another testing stream. It's been quite a bit since we've seen any major tests happen here at Starbase, and hopefully this is just the start of the testing campaign for 26. We could see some additional tests as soon as this week, potentially, which would be great. It would be great to get some more of these testing streams in. If you missed our channel update earlier at today's stream, we did talk about some other things coming up to the channel. Feel free, I don't have the timestamp handy for that, but feel free to scroll back. But the quick summary is we have 4 or 5 big projects coming up on the channel here that we're really excited about. Some of them have to do with Starbase. Some of them have to do with other launch sites. And we have an eclipse stream on Saturday. So if you want to see a full stream of the total, well, not total, but the annular eclipse, don't forget to follow the channel, subscribe, and turn notifications on so you get notified of our eclipse stream on Saturday. We'll have live views of the whole eclipse. So some exciting stuff coming up on the channel. We've been working a lot in the background, even though there hasn't been a lot of testing streams lately. .11:30 a.m. Central Time was the update time. Thank you, Thomas. So if anybody wants to scroll back and see any of the details of, or hear about the details of some upcoming projects here on Rocket Future, you can see that timestamp at the top left of our stream. If you want to scroll back to 11:30, that is when we talk about what's coming up to the channel. Might want to wait a little bit until we get the spin prime test completed before you scroll back, but that is your call. Seeing there's a new intermittent road delay scheduled for Wednesday, which is generally speaking a transport closure. So that means that they'll take a ship or a booster or some other hardware up and down Highway 4 between the build site and the launch site, or up to Massey's, etc. So maybe it's possible that this is speculation, but it's possible that if we get the spin prime test in today, they could potentially move 26 back to the build site or otherwise on Wednesday. But that is complete speculation. Maybe they want to move booster. Maybe they want to move ship 25, and then maybe they'll try to static fire 26. I just don't know. We'll have to see how this all evolves. I'm checking out that vent in the center of the vehicle. That's been venting for a little bit now. That vent is pointed directly towards us, so it looks just like a white dot on the side of the vehicle. But that is actually a vent. Yeah, this could potentially be a depress. I see that Thomas just said that as well. That's kind of what I was worried about. So this could be a scrub, but we'll have to see. I wouldn't jump to that conclusion quite yet. But that is a long vent. Fabian says, as production increases, should we expect spin primes and static fires test done at Massey's? I actually don't really know. Maybe spin primes, but I'm not sure that they could ever do static fires at Massey's. It's possible that they could. I don't know the legality of that based on the permits they have to do static fires at the launch site. I don't think they have the permits to do static fires at Massey's. But you never know what could happen in the future. It is literally right on the border too, so I'm sure there would be some concerns about doing a static fire just feet from the border and the Rio Grande River, which are one and the same. So I kind of doubt it, to be honest with you, but I'm just not too sure. But that's a great question, Fabian. Thank you for the question. Yeah, that vent is continuing, folks. Again, if you look halfway down the vehicle, there's a bright white dot. That bright white dot is a vent facing us directly, so it just looks like a dot to us. And that's been going for a while. So this is potentially looking like a depress situation. which could indicate that they might be done testing for today. But again, we don't know yet. Let's just hold tight for a little bit longer. In the case of depress and a delay here, technically they still have over 6 hours left of this window. But if they really end up de-tanking, I think most likely we'll wrap stream up. But hold tight, we don't know if that is the case yet. Also, it's worth noting that even though many people were considering a spin prime test for today, maybe that was not even the goal for today. It's entirely possible that they completed what they wanted to today. We just don't know. I still would have put my money on them trying to go for a spin prime, but the fact that we've seen this depress vent for this length of time, at least at minimum, would probably mean a recycle or they're done testing for the day.
Do I watch you on YouTube?
You might, but I'm a smaller channel, so maybe some of the other ones.
Really?
But this channel's popular.
I think I've seen it. I watched quite a few of them. So.
Well, if you bounce around, you probably see it.
Were they testing today? I seen the plumes.
Yeah, we're pretty good at doing this spin prime test today, but it almost looks like they did test during the day too. The plumes are starting to move around, so either they weren't going for spin prime or they might have stopped for spin prime. But it's possible that they recycle.
We tried to go over the Highway 4 stoves today. They say maybe tomorrow. So we're from St. Louis. We only got a couple days. I hope they open it up.
Hypothetically, if they're detesting now and they consider it done today, I would imagine that they will be open
How do I know? I mean, I went on the site, but it just said closed for the day. Is there a way of knowing?
Yeah, I think the site you went to is my county
Yeah.
site. I think that one will update just like the ticket push one.
Okay.
Looks like it should.
Okay.
There's also there's kind of an information portal. There's also a test from the county that updates. Yeah. Yeah, if you're interested in getting a test generated, then maybe the county generator can help with that.
Okay. Do I have to text them to let them know?
I think so. I think it's just like an information center text automatically.
Okay.
This is 513 344. Yeah, just send them a text and see if it goes. See if you get a response back.
Thank you. No problem.
So it looks like that depress vent has stopped. So let's just keep a close eye. Let's see what happens.
They're gonna launch something today?
Not today. No launch today. There were maybe some minor tests.
That is Starlink?
Yeah. Yep. Starlink.
Yeah. So, where did you get right on the point to the bus, or you just
It kind of works when you're driving, but they have a different one that's flat that works better when you're driving. So this one kind of works, but I usually I think it maybe looks like. Are we detanking? I see a gap of the frost there, but I don't know if that's just where the venting is. Let me I'm gonna check in on some of the other streams real quick and just see what it's looking like from up close. Oh, I just popped up the NSF stream, and it looks like the header tank has a frost line. So the nose cone has a little bit of a frost line growing. What are they saying? Let's see. Can we see that on our side? Let me try to zoom in a little bit. Can't quite make out the header frost line from here, but it definitely looks like there is one. And yeah, Thomas thinks they are not adding propellant currently. Yeah, so I'm curious of what we're seeing here. If we're seeing an aborted spin prime, or if we're just seeing a completely different test altogether. Could this be an ambient, or could this be a pressure test? We're not quite sure. Yeah, it looks like that frost is continuing to decrease, so we might be detanking. So let's hang tight for a little bit, and if we see considerable decrease in that frost line, we might eventually call it a day here. It's 1:49 right now, 1:49 Central Time. We'll reevaluate in 10 minutes at 2, but we might have to wait a little longer past 2 to really determine what's going on. But I'll make a judgment call around 2 to see how we're looking. In the meantime, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us here so far. Thanks for everybody that has been active in chat today. Huge shout out to the Space Junkie community, as always. Huge shout out to T. Evans and C. or Thomas for the gifted memberships. It's a huge way to support the channel, and we appreciate that very much. Big shout out to the rest of our channel members, all of our channel members, anybody that follows us in general. Or anybody that interacts with us in any way in chat or on X, Twitter, all of those things. Thanks for being a part of the community, and thanks for being a part of these types of streams. Again, these streams take patience, and that's part of the game here. We like to see rockets launch, but we also like to see rockets get developed and tested. And sometimes these streams, even though they are very important, and these tests, sometimes they're not the most active, dynamic, and exciting. But for me, it's still fun nonetheless to see these milestones get crossed off the list ahead of our next test flights. So very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. All right, just checking in, folks. Like I said, at 2 Central, we're going to kind of look at the information that's available to us and make a decision on if we hang out longer to see what happens, or if we have enough evidence that suggests that they might not be testing longer any today. I did just take a quick break, and I did peek into the NSF stream. And the NSF stream, on that stream, they did mention that the vent for the recondenser had started. And generally speaking, that is not a great indication as far as getting a test. That is something that has been seen time and time again after SpaceX is done for the day. So I think we're probably going to make a decision to wrap things up here shortly, but give me a couple more minutes just to look through some things, and you never know. In the next couple minutes, the story could change drastically. So give me a couple minutes. I'm going to keep looking into some things, and we'll make a decision here. All right, let me jump on cam and provide an update. That camera is not responsive right now. Let me restart it. I'll just take 30 seconds, just a second. Still not. Oh, I know why. Just gotta reinitialize it from the OBS side of things. Do that, then do this. Now we should be golden. All right, so what is the update that we're seeing? So, like we said a little while ago, we started to see what looked like to be venting coming from the center of the vehicle, something that's normally not a problem unless you see that vent continue for minutes. And that's what we saw. We saw that vent continue and continue and continue, which seemed to be the indication of a depressurization, an intentional depressurization. And then it seems since then we've started to see that frost decrease, which usually is an indication that they are detanking the vehicle. So what does this mean? A, they were going for a test like a spin prime today, and that they have aborted that test. B, they weren't even trying for a spin prime test today, and they wanted to do some other pressure test, and maybe they completed that successfully. I think the first option is more likely. I think most likely they're probably going for a spin prime test and then had to abort. And since then, we've heard some indications of some other parts of the tank farm venting, which usually indicates that SpaceX may be done for the day. There's always the possibility that SpaceX decides to recycle and try again. They still have 6 hours, just under 6 hours left of the window. But generally speaking, when we see these tests happen, they're usually done by 2:30 or 3 at the latest. And it's already 2 now, and if they had to recycle again, it would take a bit. I mean, it would take a little bit of time for them to refuel and do the test. So I mean, if they wanted to, they definitely could. But if they did abort today, there's probably a reason for that abort, and maybe it's something that they just have to go take a look or tweak something before they can try again. So what that all means, to break that all down, is there is still a chance that SpaceX could do something today, though that chance is fairly low in my opinion. I think our best course of action here is probably to wrap stream up. I'm not going to wrap up right now. I'm going to give it another 5 to 10 minutes just to be doubly sure that nothing is happening imminently. So in about 5 minutes, I'll probably start saying the goodbyes and start thanking everybody for joining us. But maybe just give us another 5 minutes just to make sure that that's the best decision to have. So it's currently 2:04. We'll consider it 2:05. So at 2:10 Central, if there's nothing changed, we'll go ahead and start winding things down. So in the meantime, thanks everybody for joining. We really appreciate you very much. Huge shout out to everybody that is a member of this channel or supported the channel in any way today. So I'll be back in about 5 minutes with an update. Oh my god, that's fucking so funny. Oh boy, me and my friend laughing about a meme. I'm just checking with an NSF too. Their stream, see what they're saying. Yeah, 3 minutes from now I'll give another update, folks. I'll be back in 3 minutes. All right, all right, all right. It's time for an update. Let's go split screen here. I'll probably have to adjust this camera. Let's let's get it on the ship. Yeah. Hold on. I'll leave it split screen so you can see me adjusting the camera a little bit. All right, folks, I think this is our final update. So, thanks everybody for joining. My name is Andrew. This is Rocket Future. A couple more camera up changes here. So what we saw today was either some sort of pressure or cryo test, or we saw an aborted spin prime test. We're not entirely sure at the moment, but based on what we're seeing right now, it doesn't look like there's a strong indication that SpaceX is going to continue testing today. There's no specific indication that's saying that they're not going to test today, but just based off of history and following patterns, I think it's pretty unlikely that SpaceX is going to continue any testing for today. So what I'm saying is we're going to wrap stream up here. It's going to take me 15 minutes to take everything down. If anything changes in those 15 minutes, I'll I'll set back up if it looks like it's worth setting up for. If I break everything down and then we hear in an hour and a half that they're going to go for something else, or if, like, I don't know, let's say in 2 hours they say they're going to go for a spin prime test, I don't know if I'll necessarily set back up for that. In the very, very unlikely event that we hear that they're going to go for some sort of static fire or something, of course I would try to come back down and set up for that. I just don't really anticipate that being what's going to happen today. So that being said, thanks everybody for hanging out with us today. Thanks for all the patience and waiting for the potential test today that did or did not happen. We just don't quite know. But that's the run of the mill here at Starbase. That's what we like doing here. Sometimes we get big tests, sometimes we don't. And without the lows, we don't have the highs, and without the highs, we don't have the lows. So this is all good. This is all part of the game. And I had a fun stream. I actually really enjoyed being out here today. It was a beautiful afternoon, beautiful day. And that's kind of it for now. So thanks everybody for joining us here today. Huge shout out to all the Space Junkie community. Very, very extra special shout out to T. Evans NC or Thomas for the gifted memberships. Thanks for allowing other members or other community members to get the chance to be a member of our channel. And of course, that helps us put some money into our equipment and our services like Starlink. So we appreciate you very much. The rest of our members, thank you so much. Thank you, Space Girl Falcon. Thank you, Holly. We appreciate you all very much. A huge shout out to all of our members, whether you're here or not. Your support is very, very appreciated. Absolutely, Thomas. I appreciate that. I just briefly saw the message. I'll definitely just take a look at it again. But based on what I saw, I think you're just offering to help out with the channel in certain ways. So I would very much accept that. So I'll just take a look at your message again, and I'll shoot you a response. But I think I appreciate that very much, and I think we can probably make something happen there. So thank you everybody. Appreciate you. I'm going to start breaking down the least essential things. So you're going to have a live view for a few more minutes. But I'm going to start breaking down the commentary camera. I'll start breaking down the mic and stuff. And then last but not least, I'll break down the primary camera. So you'll have a view for another few minutes. NDM, absolutely. It's my pleasure. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next time. My name is Andrew. This is Rocket Future, and peace out.